Good evening and welcome to the Northern Snooker Centre Leeds for the World Billiards Championship sponsored by LITEtask. We're about to see one of the semi-finals, and here to introduce the players is the tournament director Bob Williams.
Thank you. And on table number one, we have the other semi-final in the main competition. We have from England, David Causier, also from England, Roxton Chapman. The referee also from England, Jeff Lingard, and a marker from England.
And members of the audience are from Ireland.
Emily Gordon from Ireland, Brendan Devlin. Thank you. Over to you, referee.
2 hour sessions. David Causier, the defending champion, is breaking off with the yellow ball. Not the best of break-off shots, having left his cue ball a little too far from the side cushion. Not a difficult cannon for a player of Chapman's ability. He's never been in a world final, but he's won several other tournaments. I must apologise, we're having some problems with sound. We'll sort them out as soon as possible.
Roxton Chapman, 4. Two. Dave Causier, 2.
So a somewhat scrappy start. Chapman played that cannon in such a way that he was trying to hold for an in-off red in the middle pocket, but failed to do that.
Four. 7. Chapman, 7.
Rather a scrappy start. Two chances there, played the pot red and cannon. Unfortunately, Causier has left himself a double balk there. Can't shoot directly into balk. Had to use the cushion, so the scrappy start continues. It's always a little bit left to chance, a cannon like that, but if you've scored, you're still at the table. Just fails with the run-through cannon.
Causier, 2.
Both players have played quarter-finals earlier today. Chapman put out 3 times world champion Peter Gilchrist. 9.57 to 5.54. And Causier beat India's Sadiq Parekh 1,293 to 707. Unlike snooker, even the best billiards players can't make a living solely from tournaments. They all have what you might call proper jobs. Causier is a full-time pub manager up in Middlesbrough.
9.
And practices between 8 and 10 every morning on his own at the social club of a local steelworks. Just too much right hand side there, coming off the cushion, went past the intended cannon. Still no contribution of any substance. Just overscrewed that attempted in off.
Six. Eight.
So perhaps we're going to see the first break of any substance
13.
You might think that this table is pretty slow compared with the snooker tables that you see on television,
15.
and that's because for championship billiards a slightly thicker cloth is used. Makes it easier to group the balls, which is an essential part of billiards.
17. 19.
Well, it seems as if our sound problems have been sorted out. Thank you for bearing with us. Enough to leave the drop cannon.
26.
The drop cannon is so called because it drops all three balls at the top end of the table.
28.
And Causier there illustrating the importance of getting on the inside of the red.
30. 32.
And now Causier is in top of the table position, where the break should proceed quite swiftly through an alternation
37.
of pots and cannons.
40.
Could have done with getting the cue ball a little bit more across to the right. So that, in making the cannon, he would just rest the yellow on the white.
42.
That's okay though. The secret of big breaks at the top of the table
44.
is to keep the object white close to the red spot.
47.
We saw a superb top of the table break in one of the quarterfinals this morning. 545 from Mike Russell, who is going for his 12th title and is contesting the other semi-final on another table against Robert Hall. True to say that Causier plays a slightly looser
52.
form of break making than
54.
Russell does, or even Chapman does. Didn't hold top of the table position for very long, but he's an exceptionally good all-round player, full of recovery shots, good potter, and they're employing one of the basics of billiards, leaving the half ball enough from the corner pocket, from the red spot, and very quickly the break is up to 63. I think the match has begun in earnest now.
$66.
Placing the red for the drop cannon.
68. 70. 73.
So that was one pot red from its spot. This is the second pot. So now the red goes on the middle spot.
79.
Very early in the history of the game, it was realised that if unlimited pots from the red spot were permitted, it could get very boring. One of the old-time champions, W.J. Peel, once made
82. All prime warning
a
and
3,304 break
84.
by that method, apart from a few odd shots. Needs the red to come off the cushion, but he'll keep the break going, I believe, with a long Jenny. Strong right-hand side on the cue ball. It spins it into the pocket. And as long as he's got the red reasonably well off the side cushion, he's always going to have the cannon. Now, has that ended in a lineup? Just failed to rescue the position with the tricky in off, but 94 is the first reasonably substantial score registered. Chapman just fails with the three cushion cannon. No simple opening shot for Causier. Safety shot, leaving his cue ball under the ball cushion, although he could have done with it being a bit tighter, and leaving a very unenticing pot red. Yeah, Causier's safety left the ball too far from the cushion. Chapman spent a few years out of the game, but has come back in the last couple of years. Not playing full time, of course. He's one of these IT wizards we keep hearing about. Also spent some time in the RAF during his years of retirement from billiards. No.
Roxton, Chapman, 5.
The first object ball knocked the second object ball away before the cannon could be completed.
2.
Causier sights the ball exceptionally quickly. He's taking his time here because there's a choice of shots to play. Note how the balls pull up quicker than they do on the championship snooker tables you see on television. Got a little bit too much behind the second object ball there, the white. But swings the cue ball in off the red. So instead of going in off the red again, Causier puts the object white behind the spot, ready for a bout of top of the table. This is where the big breaks are made. In fact, they were being made with such apparent ease by the top players that a balkline crossing rule was introduced, which means that between 80 and 100 in any break, the cue ball must cross into balk. That's the area behind the balkline.
40. 45. 47. 50. 53. 55.
Using the two cushions to trap the red. Has left himself a little low for this pot red.
Yes. 61.
Position nicely regained though,
63.
but a little heavy-handed that, I felt. Quite a delicate shot that, avoiding the push. Yes, that seemed to be a heavy contact. I think he meant to disturb the red a little bit more than that. Can still pot it, but needs a good positional shot. Run through cannon from the white.
75. 78. 81. Balkline warning at 80.
Now, not in perfect position, so crossing the balkline not as easy as it might be if he was in perfect position at the top of the table.
84.
Well, that was one way of doing it. Not everyone would have thought of that. Doubled the red over the baulk pocket, so here comes the baulk line crossing. Well, he's crossed the baulk line, but
92.
he's not potted the red. Still, the all-round cannon is on. The red just a nice few inches out from the baulk corner pocket.
94.
Not the kindest run of the ball, that.
Causier, 94.
So the break ends on 94, and the trouble started when he lost ideal position and the baulk line crossing became a problem. Already Chapman 190 behind, needs to register something soon. Tried the cannon, cushion first, meant to catch the red half ball coming back but caught it full. Chapman relieved, I'm sure, that Causier went past the edge of the second object ball there. Well, a little scratchy, but turned out all right. Making sure he kept the yellow in the middle of the table, giving him maximum chance of an in-off if he needed it.
Six.
Leaving the drop cannon, being careful not to push the yellow under the side cushion. Now this is the best opportunity that Chapman's had so far, and he needs to make the most of it. Looks as if the in-off red may be slightly less than half ball, but should be all right. The half ball in-off is the absolute basis of billiards. Learn the half ball game, particularly the in-offs, and you're well on the way to being a decent player.
20.
Pushing the red across for a drop cannon, I would imagine. Chapman comes from Peterborough, and he's a protege of Mark Wildman, who was the 1984 world champion, and as chairman of
28.
WPBSA Billiards, did an immense amount of good work for the game back in the 90s. At one point got the billiards circuit worth £250,000 near enough, but the main sponsor, Indian Tobacco, dropped out, and billiards was soon back to struggling for just a handful of tournaments a year. Taking the cue ball out to leave the cannon off the top cushion to knock the yellow closer to the spot.
43.
And of course taking care not to pot the red.
46. 48. 51. 53. 56.
Right of centre striking to get the cue ball across the red so that he could pot it to the left corner. Made 4 centuries in his quarter-final this morning, but didn't convert any of them into a double, which is what you really need to do in the latter stages of the World Championship.
Roxton, Chapman, 61.
Neither must you miss pot reds off the spot like that. Championship pockets, yes, but
3.
still shouldn't have missed it. Red not down far enough for the in-off in the middle.
5.
But Causier happy with the cushion cannon. Not so happy with that.
8.
Whatever he plays here, it's a missable shot. Either in terms of missing the shot itself or losing position. Got into that nicely and stopped the object ball well short of the baulk line, so came through that bit of difficulty very smoothly.
14.
Didn't get the contact on the red right though. He was intending to pot it to middle next shot. So this is missable to corner.
16.
Good pot, but still not quite out of the wood.
19.
Played the cannon as well, thus completing the 5 shot. No,
Dave Causier, 19.
I didn't think he was out of the wood. Still 3/4 of an hour's play. Causier 225, Chapman 77. Nasty cut back that.
3.
Using the jaws of the pocket to get the red to come back along the top cushion. Needs a lot of right hand side here, I think, to complete the cannon.
7.
leaving the cannon, will want to
12.
clip the red in such a way as to take it towards the pocket. Looks a bit wide for that, but in the end, with all that left-hand side, he went across the red slightly too much. Again, Chapman misses a red off the spot. Costly miss, bad miss.
Three. Six.
Causier making a few consecutive in-off reds, content himself with 2 before he gets the red back far enough to play the pot, and we'll be looking for an early chance to
12.
get the object white into play, like now.
15.
Left the object white too close to the side cushion to be able to play the direct cannon.
19.
Managed to get the cushion cannon with a lot of right hand side. Out of position though.
21.
Now this is where the run of the ball is so important. Has he dropped on a half ball in off red here? He has.
24. Seven.
This time he has left the object white just where he intended to leave it.
31.
He makes the drop cannon on the inside of the red, as intended.
34. 36. 38.
The crossing off, one of the basic billiards shots. One of the first that newcomers to billiards need to learn.
48.
There used to be no restriction on the number of consecutive in-offs, and an Australian, George Gray, in 1910 mastered the in-off game so completely that they had to change the rules. In fact, he made a break of 2,196, almost entirely by
56.
going in off the red in the middle pocket and bringing it back to a similar place.
59.
And if he did
61.
happen to drop the red short, he would play the long in off, such as we've just seen, except he would have brought it round for another in off, while Causier brought it round for the drop cannon. To leave the cannon off the top cushion, knocking the white in behind the spot.
81. Balkline warning is 80.
Right, the Balkline warning has again come into play with the break on 81.
84. 87.
Now he'll try to leave the pot red a slight cutback,
89.
like that. And lo and behold, he crosses the Balkline.
92. Balkline. 95.
Again, cannon off the top cushion. Nice soft contact.
100. 102. 105. 107. 110. 112.
Looks very easy, but the skill resides in using traces of side to
115.
assist position.
118. 120.
Object white now trapped on the cushion, which is the
120.
position for what is known as the postman's knock type of top of the table.
125.
Just a sharp rap on the second object ball keeps it in its original position.
128. 130. 133. 136. 138.
Again, the full ball contact on the object white.
141.
Right hand side on that thin pot. to check the cue ball in,
44.
to leave a pot at that angle to get the cannon again.
146. 149. 151.
Can give the second object ball quite a rap, actually, and it will still remain where it is.
154. 156.
Causier's made more than 50 without the object white moving. And it's looking bad for Chapman.
159.
He's just about to go 300 behind.
161.
That dislodges the object white from the cushion slightly.
164. 167. 169.
Played on the outside edge of the object white there, knocking it off the cushion.
172.
No, can't get in off in the middle. It's too wide. Long enough,
175.
not a problem. The red cannoning the object white could have had more serious consequences.
177. 179. 181. Full climb warning at 180.
Got on the wrong side of the red there, but still has a shot on.
183.
Next problem, crossing the baulk line again.
185.
Red nicely trapped.
187.
Meant to hit the red much thicker to leave the pot next shot. Struggling now.
189. 191.
It's only got 9 points to cross the baulk line. Normally would have played it off there, but
194.
by taking the pot, he accomplishes the necessary baulk line crossing.
197.
From the middle pocket to the red spot is a natural half ball. And
200.
that angle can also be manipulated by a touch of side, if it's slightly wide or slightly narrow.
202.
Back at the top of the table again.
205. 207.
Perhaps this is the time to mention that there is
210.
a £10,000 bonus if a player makes 1,000 break, and there looked a possibility of it this morning when Mike Russell made a 545. But there's never been a 1,000 break under this form of the balk-line crossing rule. And there have only been 4 breaks over 1,000 with any rules in force since the war.
223.
Noticeable that Causier's potting is more authoritative than Chapman's.
225.
Chapman has missed 2 pot reds from the spot, but Causier has not missed any.
236.
Causier's lead edging towards 400.
246.
Can try and get back to leave the cannon. Could always leave the cue ball in the jaws for the crossing off. Too wide for the cannon, it would appear.
252.
But a solid pot, and this time the angle for the cannon just right. And not by accident either.
257. 259. 262. 265.
Will be wanting to pot the red. Doesn't want to play the cannon because the object white is just exactly where he wants it, behind the spot. Oh, it looks as if he might have lined himself up. Or is the cannon on? Very thin. It wasn't, but he keeps the break going with that tricky in off. Stunning off. Easy to overdo that sort of shot, but
280.
the break moves to 280. And yet another ball climb warning.
Ball climb warning at 280. 282.
Very difficult to play a precise screw cannon at that distance. This is trouble. Tried the delicate screw back, but the delicate screw back fails, and the break ends on 284. So already Chapman is up against it. Long way to go, of course, but he's got to turn the tide soon, otherwise it'll be too late. Not hard enough, I don't think. And not quite the right line either.
Two. Four.
Bringing the object white down for the cannon so that he can get the red into play.
Six. Eight.
Careful not to pot the red.
11.
Needs to play this drop cannon with extreme right hand side. And even then didn't get on the inside of the ball, but it's finished perfectly.
18. One. Four. Seven.
The red travelling up the table and back in a straight line. Quite a bit of practice involved to do that consistently.
32. 34.
Now, not ideal position. Concentrated on getting the red round into this left-hand corner. Long enough, can be missed, but rarely by a top player.
44.
Red finished a little too close to the side cushion for comfort.
46.
Had to play the indirect cannon, doubling the red to one side cushion and back over the left corner. Had the necessary right hand side on, but made slightly too thick a contact. Chapman could certainly have expected a better leave than this. Very unlucky in that respect. Very good shot indeed. He's one of the best masse players in the business. Right hand side came into play once the cue ball hit the side cushion. Now Chapman's in perfect top of the table position. Needs to score heavily. Oh, you just can't keep doing this. That's the third red off the spot that Chapman has missed. He doesn't normally. But it seems as if Causier may well, unless things change very soon, disappear out of sight. Chapman has never been in a World Championship final, so maybe that's something to do with it. But whether it is or not, Causier is certainly making hay while the sun shines. On the outside of the second object ball that time, but the in-off has dropped on a little fortuitously.
15.
The so-called swinging off.
17.
Cue ball takes a much wider angle at that sort of speed. Well, I think he was trying to nudge the red on for the pot, but the in-off has dropped on. Thought about the in-off white, but if he hit it a bit too thick, it might cannon the red into baulk. So red to middle.
35. 53.
to go 500 in front.
45. 48.
Can now get the object white behind the spot.
50. 53. 55. 58. 61. 63.
Oh, didn't mean to do that.
66. 68.
Hasn't got the red round quite as far as he wanted to, but still got a shot on.
70.
Still struggling. Screwing off. Nicely done.
72.
And now has a drop cannon.
74.
Needed to play it via the cushion as it happened.
76. 79. 82. Ball climb warning at 8.
Another ball climb warning. How's he going to do it this time?
85. 87. 89.
'Has it made it? No, it hasn't.
92.
Still needs to cross the ball line.
94.
Might be a struggle now. Long Jenny, left hand side, hugs the cushion.
96. 98.
I don't think he can do it. What a brilliant shot. Terrific.
100.
Multi-cushion cannon. But then he misses the in-off red. Shame about that. But it was a great recovery shot to cross the balk line to get to the 100.
Three. Roxton, Chapman, 5.
Wouldn't normally miss that, but it seems a different game when you have spent very little time at the table. In that respect, it's similar to snooker. If everything's going well, the pots seem that little bit easier. And for a top billiard player, that logging off was
4.
very basic. So, very one-sided, I regret to say.
Four. 14.
We're here in the Northern Snooker Centre, Leeds, which was the very arena
17.
in which Fred Davis, then well into his 60s, ended the 12-year reign of Rex Williams as world champion. But in those days, it was the championship was played on a challenge basis, and the Davis-Williams match was played over 4 days.
28. 30. 33.
Leaving the choice between the Cannon and the in-off white.
5.
Could have done with taking the object white down a little bit further. Couldn't get it behind the spot from there. Northern Snooker Centre was originated by Jim Williamson, a great supporter of billiards and snooker.
44.
I think he loved billiards with more passion than he did snooker, and he would
46.
have really relished seeing Causier and Mike Russell, some of the other players, play top of the table as well as they do.
49.
The Northern Snooker Centre was the first and certainly remained one of the very best snooker centres of the modern era. Got 20 odd tables and this nice little match arena. And although you can't see them higher up, there are a lot of people watching. Jeff Lingard, the referee, called into play to clean the red. Generally not so many kicks at billiards as there are at snooker, and I just wonder if it's because billiards is played on a slightly thicker cloth. Ah, that was an attempted 5 shot, but the main thing was he made sure he scored. That was Willie Smith's great maxim. Willie Smith, twice world champion in the early 20s. That was his great maxim. Make sure you score. He lived in Leeds, incidentally, although he came from Darlington.
65. 67.
With the left of centre striking, he managed to drag the cue ball onto the inside of the red, giving himself a chance of the in-off even if it didn't leave the pot.
70.
Needed a bit of right of centre striking there to narrow the angle for the in-off.
74. 76.
And in only 3 minutes and odd, Causier within sight
78.
of another century.
80. Full climb warning. 83. 95.
Leaves a half ball angle. Easy enough to whack the cue ball round and retain perfect top of the table position.
88. Full climb crossed. 90. 93. 96.
'Just nudging the object white nearer the spot.
101. 103. 106. 109.
I don't know whose mobile that is, but whoever's, it's been switched off now.
111.
Left hand side to make sure the yellow didn't get behind the object white.
114. 117. 119. 122. 125. 127. 130.
So Causier still piling on the points.
133.
I think he wanted that red a little bit nearer the object white for the cannon next shot, but
135.
he's given himself just a little bit to do with this shot.
34.
Yeah, thought he had. Well, things are going so well for him that he just seemed to get a bit careless there. Now all that Chapman can do is stick to his game, stick to his method. Just try and get a substantial contribution on the board. Still 27 minutes to play in this session and another 2-hour session to come, so the match isn't lost yet, but it does need a radical turnaround if Chapman is to reach the final.
Eight.
Cannon onto the inside of the red. Nicely done. Now, can he settle? And above all, not miss a pot red from the spot.
13.
Two consecutive pots off the spot. Red on middle spot now. Playing the red round to the pink spot to leave the drop cannon. Now what Chapman has to do here above all is simply forget the score.
31.
He may be more than 600 behind, but he just needs to settle into this. He'll be disappointed if he's left this pot dead straight, because if he has, he can't get out for the cannon. Managed to stun it out
41.
off a straightish angle.
43.
Stun out to leave the cannon off the top cushion. Again, has left it straighter than he would have liked. Just picking up a bit of momentum now.
69. 61. 64. 67. 69. 72. 74. 77. 80. All climb warning.
Now, Chapman needs a ball line crossing.
82.
'Perhaps went a little nearer the baulk pocket than he would have liked, but
85. All climb cross.
he's okay, apart from the fact that this cannon is very, very thin. Ah, not being behind the shot, I didn't realise that he could get it with a run through. Oh, this is more like it. Chapman just got to forget about the overall score. Oh dear, doesn't look good. Cue ball a little bit too near the red to play much of a run through without making a push. Big masse this. Second object ball a long way away. That would have been some shot if he'd made it. Causier almost 600 in front still though, plus these. Went across the red rather than onto the inside of it, so got to play something of a recovery shot. Still struggling. May be able to get the run through with strong right hand side. Yes. Almost full ball with strong right of centre striking. Needed for that shot. Well, couldn't have predicted, I'm sure, that he would drop on a half ball in off to middle, having given the balls a good stir around. But when you're playing well, you tend to get a pretty good run of the ball as well.
Easy. Three. Six.
Even if with the drop cannon you don't always get on the inside of the ball, sometimes, at the second ball that is, sometimes it still works out okay.
33.
And the thing is that Causier is so far in front and things are going so well that he doesn't have to stop to think. Oh, that was very casual going across that drop cannon. So Chapman, I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again, he needs to dig in. Ideally he needs something like a double century to keep his arrears to manageable proportions when we adjourn at the 2-hour mark. Can just about get this, I think, from the end spot in the D, and with strong left of centre striking as we see the cue ball spin to the left, but he's not left a nice shot here. If he plays the cannon, he's got to make sure the red doesn't hit the yellow. Could play the pot. Managed to get the cannon. Didn't have much control over position and can't be too unhappy with what's left. Got to be careful he doesn't get the double kiss because the yellow is quite close to the side cushion. Using the side and top cushion jaws to bring the red back along the cushion. Just a few nursery cannons. And nursery cannons, of course, played to excess were what killed the game. Sometimes players of the ilk of Walter Lindrum, Joe Davis, Clark McConaughey and Tom Newman in the 30s, they scored the vast majority of their points with close cannons, just nursing the balls along a cushion. And although it was extremely skillful, after a year or two, it was, for the billiards public, extremely boring also. Didn't quite catch that right, a bit too full on the red. Seems to have dropped on and in off though. May be able to get the yellow behind the spot here, with the pot red to follow. It looks as if Causier has adjourned for a bathroom break. No doubt expecting Chapman still to be in play when he returns.
43.
20 minutes of the session to play. Oh no, very poor shot.
51.
Didn't mean to pot the red. Yes, just stick the red ultra thin. Still batting. If this is slightly wide, Chapman can make it with right of centre striking.
64.
And let's put the yellow in perfect drop cannon position. Needs to be on the inside of the red though. Good.
66.
Not so good. Needed to get the red further up. I'm not so sure that he, well, in fact, the way he's spotting, he can't get the cue ball across from the red to make the cannon. Played that run through Jenny exceptionally well though. Well, about half ball in the end. Tough shot that was. Pot to middle to leave top of the table position. Roxton Chapman is one of three brothers, all of whom have been century break standard at snooker. Roxton, Rupert and Rudolph. That last shot didn't finish as expected, but still not too bad. Oh dear. Well, his potting has really let him down in this session. That's 4 shots, 4 pots that he really should have made. The only consolation this time is that he hasn't left Causier an easy starter. The idea there is to pot the white and leave a double baulk, that is the other 2 balls behind the baulk line. But this time Causier's pot failed. I don't think Chapman was very confident of that. I think he played the 6th shot. Got the pot, but not the in-off. Can get the in-off yellow though. Just swung it a bit too much. And as it happens, he's left Causier an easy enough starter. Just under a quarter of an hour to go in this first session of 2. And after the interval, we'll bring you news of the other semi-final between Mike Russell, going for his 12th world title, and Robert Hall going for his first.
10.
Made sure he got the red across. That was the main thing about that shot. Not too bothered about the precise position of the white. Has he got that out of baulk?
18.
May have done. Well, played to leave the pot red from its spot. The fallback shot did drop on, but he missed it. "11 minutes to play in this session. And if Chapman can stay in play, then he would not only narrow the gap, but finish the session on a much better note than the one he started. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, I can't believe it. Needed to be slightly higher for his pot red from the spot anyway. Well, even with another 2-hour session to play, it's difficult to envisage David Causier not being in tomorrow's final. He is the defending champion. Just a brief financial note. The first prize is £3,200. Second prize £1,600. Losing semi-finalists £800 each. Now that's very welcome, but of course it's completely dwarfed by the snooker prize money, which of course is there because of huge television rights fees and huge sponsorships. Nice touch for those shots which require a little stun or screw, just to contact the second ball of the right angle. Extreme right hand side there to narrow the angle. Causier 600 odd in front, and if he stays in play for the remaining 7 minutes, would surely be around 750.
58.
Very sure on those long and offs, the secret of which is spotting correctly and hitting the ball dead centre. Well, it was always going to be good, but the kiss made it even better. Extreme right of centre striking, running through that in off slightly. Causier gets the red on the middle spot so that he can cross the balk line. That was about all he could do though. Needs another recovery shot here. Left of centre striking. Fairly straightforward cannon for a player of his ability. Yeah, no alternative to potting the white there. And a double balk coming up. When faced with a double balk, the player is entitled to give what a snooker player would call a deliberate miss, leaving the cue ball in that case under the side cushion. But this is Causier's chance to get it into play. Didn't have a great deal of idea where everything was going to finish. Had to force the cannon though, and had to force that in off. Red in balk. And the yellow, Causier's cue ball, rebounds to deny Chapman an easy in off red for starter, but he's got the cushion cannon on. Another cushion cannon though by the look of it, unless he can get the run through. Under 2 minutes to play in this session. On the line between middle pocket and the red spot would be a natural half ball in off, but Chapman has left it very narrow. Could miss this. Played the pot.
13.
Had to stun that slightly. A lot of touch required to play top class billiards.
18.
Just coming up to the end of the session, and Chapman certainly has it all to do when we resume at 7 o'clock.
28.
So time is called, with David Causier leading Roxton Chapman by 959 points to 325. So commanding position for Causier. He's been by far the better player. The highlight was a break of 284 from him. Chapman has not played well, and in particular his potting has been very suspect. Anyway, there it is. We'll be back with more at 7 o'clock. Bob Williams doing the introductions. And Mark McDonald, Sales Director of LITEtask, doing the presentations.
As ever, there has to be a runner-up, and on this occasion, Jemima Mavidevi.
So the runner-up this year from India, Rivana Umadevi.
And completing a marvellous week for her, having got to the last 16 of the main competition, with a break also of 59, the highest break of this competition, defending champion, Emma Bonney.
Yes, it's been a great week for Emma Bonney. She reached the last 16 of the Jim Williamson Trophy at the weekend, and also the last 16 of the main event, the World Championship. She's improved a lot, has a personal best break at billiards of 198, and in this women's competition she was a cut above all the others.
She usually doesn't like photos. Everybody in for a group.
So there we have the presentations, and the David Causier Roxton Chapman semi-final will resume at 7 o'clock.
And to LITEtask for their sponsorship of this event, and also to Bob and his team of referees for helping us to do all our matches. So thank you very much.
Brian Mears was trying to sneak in the background, I see him.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The main competition will resume at 7 o'clock.
Welcome back to the Northern Snooker Centre Leeds for the continuation of a semi-final of the World Billiards Championship, sponsored by LITEtask. Roxton Chapman
30.
resuming and immediately getting into difficulty. In fact, he's not the only one in difficulty tonight, because at the end of the first session the position of the balls was marked and measured, and then when they were replaced this evening they were found to be in the wrong place, so there was quite a long delay. To check where the balls really should be for the resumption of the match. That was a good shot from Chapman, rescue effort, thinning off to the baulk pocket. Chapman resumes 634 behind, so if he's to have even a thin chance of a successful recovery, he needs to start this second session with a substantial break. Now, while David Causier is in a commanding position in this semi-final, in the other semi-final there is a surprise on the cards, because at the interval after the first of the two-hour sessions, Robert Hall led Mike Russell 555 to 459. Not a commanding lead by any means, but definitely that match in the balance, with Russell going for his 12th world title.
Roxton Chapman 47.
No, not that time. Didn't foresee the balls finishing in exactly that position, but dropped pretty nicely for him. So Causier again in prime position, right hand side there, make sure he didn't get a cover behind the white.
35.
Half ball contact to nudge the object white off the cushion. Meant to make the cannon via the cushion, not direct, but still all right.
60.
Last week, Causier won the short games championship. Played over a series of games of 100 up with an experimental balkline rule,
68.
banning double balks effectively. Beat an Indian, a very good Indian, Dhruv Sitwalla, in the final, 8-6.
76.
And in fact, a year ago,
79.
Causier completed the short games,
81.
long games double, and of course this version, the timed version, playing over a stated number of time sessions.
84. Balkline cross. 56.
This championship is the blue ribboned event, which dates back to 1870,
89.
when the Prince of Wales was in the St James's Hall, London, to see William Cook win it. And Cook, who was 21 at the time, remained the youngest champion until Mike Russell won his first title
97.
at the age of 20 in 1989. Balkline crossed. It's a real shame that Chapman hasn't done himself justice in this match, but Causier has played well. Intended to bring the object white off the cushion there. Still all right though.
120. 125.
Causier's got a lovely, free, easy style.
130.
That was careless though, didn't mean to pop the red in making the cannon.
133.
Should be over the right corner.
135. 137. 140. 142.
Played the cannon as well as the pot to be on the safe side, but he is out of position.
Dave Causier, 140.
and the run-through cannon didn't quite have the legs. May need some right of centre striking for this enough.
Roxton, Chapman, 2.
Just dropped awkwardly for him. When you're struggling, the gods always seem to put the boot in terms of a poor run of the balls.
3. 6.
He's left himself a little low for this.
8.
Long Jenny, left hand side.
10.
May not be able to get the cannon direct, but can do so via the cushion. Brought the object right round nicely, making sure he got the two balls in front of him.
14. 16. 18. 21. 23. 26.
Didn't have to cross the balk line then, but it was a good shot choice in the circumstances anyway.
29. 32.
Well, didn't mean to pot the red and fell short of the cannon.
34.
Causier's one of these players who doesn't seem to mind being out of position, and as it's turned out,
39.
he's got pretty nearly prime position already anyway.
41.
Double kiss rather sport that, but still batting.
43.
Didn't hit the red hard enough. But still, he continues. I think he actually finds it a little boring if he's in perfect position all the time.
49.
gathering shot. Bound to have a cannon on if there's nothing else. Struggling now, dependent on a good run to get position from the cannon. Makes the in off, which was less than half ball. Another good shot required. There's room round the second object ball. Well, that's if he played the cannon. He played the screwing off. Again tricky. Managed to get the backspin on the cue ball, striking downwards. I think any good snooker player watching this would realise that this is good quality stuff, but I don't think they'd know quite how to go about doing it themselves. Knowledge is such a big part of billiards. They used to say about billiards, the ability to play at top level is harder to attain, but easier to keep. In snooker, potting is just so important, and long potting at that. Whereas in billiards, you hardly ever see a shot played up the table from the baulk cushion. I think Causier's intent there was to leave red near the pocket so he could cross the baulk line with a middle pocket pot, but it made no difference. Although that is not ideal.
92, full flying cross. 94. 96.
Had to force that. Wasn't sure what sort of contact he was going to get on the second ball.
Causier, 96.
And the cushion cannon fails. Chapman was left an awkward opening shot, not a plain half ball. When you're trailing by over 800 points, you need something easy to get started. In fact, although there's still an hour and more than an hour and a half to play in this session, the issue is not whether Causier is going to win, but by how many.
9.
Shame really, this had the potential to be a very tight match, but Chapman just hasn't performed.
30. 60. 90. 22. 24. 27. 29. 37. 39.
Although the great nursery cannon players of the 30s, Walter Lindrum of Australia, Joe Davis, Clark McConaughey of New Zealand, Tom Newman, played nursery cannons as their specialism, they could all play top of the table to this sort of standard. Regularly making breaks of 1,000 or more. And I think the top players of the modern generation would also make 1,000 breaks if they were playing the quantity of matches that the top players of the 30s were. In fact, in the 30s, every professional match was a 6-day match. Oh, well,
Dave Causier, 59.
Causier slips up. I think that's the first pot that he's missed. But these are championship pockets, and it just caught the near jaw. Again, not the greatest lead for Chapman. He can pot the white all right, but maybe he should go up the table and try and pot the red. Well, it's all Causier, isn't it? All Causier. I think he'll be 1,000 in front after this visit.
5. 8. 10. 13.
Slightly narrower than half ball, but with right hand side he'll be fine, I'm sure.
60. 80.
I can tell you that in the other semi-final it's still close.
21.
Mike Russell has just made a break of 162 to lead Robert Hall by 28. Tight finish in prospect there, but not here.
27. 30. $38. 41. 44. 46.
Oh, he's missed a long enough. That's the first.
46.
That's the first that he's missed, and one of the most basic long offs of all, with the object ball on the middle spot. Very rare you see the top player miss one of those.
Three. Two.
Got the wrong side of the second ball. Still has a cannon on though. Well, that was better still. With left of centre striking, he was able to widen the angle the cue ball took from the yellow to make the in off and leave the drop cannon. Left hand side again. Not enough left hand side. Always looking for the chance to get the object white behind the spot. This is where the breaks are made.
7.
Well, sheer carelessness.
Causier. 9.
But look what he's left. Nothing at all. Gallant effort at the cannon. Balls could have gone anywhere, but he left Causier right in. But another careless shot from him. Nearly 1,000 in front. Not surprising that Causier's let his concentration slip a bit. And also, he'll be thinking about the final tomorrow. No point in really piling it on. Sometimes you can play yourself out that way. I think he'd be quite happy if Chapman had the lion's share of the table for the remaining hour and a half. He gets the red on the middle spot.
16. 18. 21.
Coming off the red just to reach the yellow. Just to reach, because any harder and he might have covered the spot. Oh, it looks as if he did cover the spot anyway.
28.
When the red spot is covered, red goes on what in snooker would be the pink spot.
30. 33.
Thought he might have played to leave the cue ball on the left hand side of the table. That's okay.
38. 40.
Not as intended. Intend to leave the yellow for an in-off in the middle pocket for a subsequent shot. Not the next shot, but one a little way down the line.
46. 49. 51. 54. 55.
Well, it would be easy for Chapman,
67.
almost 900 behind, to become demoralised, but you've got to show your pride of performance, no matter what the state of the game. Well, caught the underneath of the red, so unless he gets a good run with the yellow, he's well out of position. Saves the situation with a screwing off. Right, balk line warning. Has got to cross the balk line within the next 19 points. Didn't catch the red quite right, was hoping to pot it next shot, but it looks as if it might be too thin. Running out of time. Got to do it within the next 7 points.
Roxton, Chapman, 93.
And he misses the long enough. The white may be a little wide for the kiss cannon. We'll soon know. It was. I was just thinking that the snooker players you see on television would not like to play on this table. It's actually playing beautifully for billiards, but for snooker it's much too slow. Slightly thicker cloth for billiards facilitates the gathering shots and top of the table play. You don't want it too slow, of course, but this is about right. Safety shot from Chapman, nothing else on. And I can tell you that Rob Hall has gone back in front against Mike Russell. He leads by 50. Good tactical shot there from Causier, doubling his opponent's ball and then leaving the double ball. Chapman may score off this though, because the red is near the pocket and the two balls relatively close together. No. Well, doesn't usually miss those. Half ball slow. But I think he's relaxed his concentration considerably because he's so far in front. No sign at all that Chapman could make a significant dent in his arrears, let alone overtake him. And he's being left so many tricky opening shots as well. Swinging off from Causier. If the red doesn't finish in a scoring position, the object white is already there. I think it's fair to say that when the draw came out, the billiards public expected a semi-final between Causier and Peter Gilchrist, who's a fellow Teessider originally, but because there are so few opportunities for billiard players, he took a coaching job. Gilchrist took a coaching job in Singapore. He liked it and they liked him so much that he ended up with Singaporean citizenship and representing Singapore in any major events that came up. Mike Russell playing in the other semi-final. He's coached all over the place. Qatar, Sri Lanka, Malaysia. Causier, meanwhile, misses a simple red off the spot in top of the table position. But the difference in the scores is so much, I think both players would be quite happy if they stopped now. Still, Matches cannot be conceded in billiards. If you can't win with half an hour to go, you've still got to play it out. The alternative, of course, is to play to a points target, which is preferred by some. The disadvantage of that is that in a very long match, particularly one requiring more than one session, it's very difficult from a time point of view. If, for example, it's 1500 up and one player is leading 750 to 200 at halfway, but in the second session the player trailing comes back and either wins or almost wins, that can be a very late finish, and of course it's a time extremely difficult to predict.
13.
Yes, you can't afford to let the yellow or object white drop too low, because then it makes the cannon off the top cushion a little trickier. Not to score, but to retain perfect position. Oh dear, oh dear. Played just to reach the yellow, but just simply didn't hit it. Earlier on, he had a simple red, which he just had to roll in the pocket, and he left it on the lip. I think just about every mistake that he can make, he has made sometime this evening. Very disappointing for Chapman and his supporters. I don't know whether Chapman's mentor, Mark Wildman, is watching this at his new home in Spain. Did a great deal for billiards as billiards chairman of the WPBSA. Very fine player and all-round good bloke.
21. 26. 29.
Well, Causier has missed a few easy shots,
32.
and it looks as if he might be taking hold of himself, because you can't recapture good form at will, and it might be, if he really didn't do anything in the last hour tonight, that he'd find that some of the some of the magic had gone for tomorrow's final.
40.
And the final, incidentally, will be shown on YouTube on this channel. First session 11 till 1. Second session 3 till 5.
48. 51. 53. 56. 58. 61. 63.
Leaving the crossing off. Won't want the red to
66.
clip the white.
69. 72.
'Note the difference between this table and the tables used on the snooker circuit.
74.
The balls pull up so much more quickly.
77. 79. 81. Four blind warning at 80. 84. 86. 88. 91. 94. 97.
Somewhat unorthodox and somewhat hazardous method of crossing the balk line, but he didn't have many points in hand.
99. 99. Roxton, Chapman. Causier, 99.
Well, not quite. But really, looking at the score of academic interest,
2.
by the way, as I said, tomorrow's sessions will start, or the first session rather, will start at 11, but it's for the final, it's a 2.5 hour session, so the session times are 11 to 1:30, 2:30 to 5. Pretty certain, well, I wish I could get a bet on it really, that David Causier is going to carry his title defence
9.
into the final. But the other semi-final between Mike Russell and Rob Hall on another table is still very much in the balance.
11.
I was playing in New Zealand once, and one of the Australians described this as a three-masted schooner, a lineup. Still, Chapman seems to have got out of that difficulty. Didn't make the desired contact on the red. Still not finished. But he could be after this shot. No. Can get in off red, but got to be careful not to put it in baulk. And trying to hold the cue ball, he underhit it. Well, played the pot red and cannon, happy with the pot red, although the cannon was the likelier score. Difficult to control the position of all three balls with that shot, or indeed with that one. I think his main objective there was to leave the red somewhere down in the left-hand corner. Screwing off with right-hand side fails. Tricky shot this. Didn't mean to cannon the yellow into the pocket. Short Jenny. Tougher shot than the long Jenny. 3/4 run through fails. Basic shot for somebody of Chapman's standard. I can tell you that in the other semi-final, Rob Hall has just broken down on 80, but leads by 160. That's with an hour to go. Yes, the red was effectively a big ball for that cannon.
15.
6 shot from Causier.
18. 20.
Bit narrow for a drop cannon. Got to avoid potting the white, which he just about did.
22. 24. 27. 31. 34. 37.
Ah, got too much right-hand side on that. Went through the red, and look where the red's finished. Wouldn't have been any good there. Well, maybe he could have snicked it off, but careless shot. But if you can't be careless when you're 1,000 in front, when can you be careless? Oh, can't believe it. Can't believe it.
David Causier, 2.
Could shoot up the table directly over the red spot. Anyway, I think the shot is off the top cushion, like this. No, slightly different contact and
2.
would have made the cannon. Not tonight though.
5. 7. 10. 13. 14. 18. 23. 25. 28. 30. 33. 35. 38. 41. 43.
Well, you may think that Causier makes top of the table look easy, but if it was so easy, everyone would be doing it.
51. 54. 56. 59. 62.
I think the difference between Causier's top of the table play and Russell's, for example, is that Russell keeps the balls tighter.
67.
Seldom more than that range away, for instance.
71. 73.
6 shot with the aid of left-hand side, knowing that
79.
the drop cannon would be the next shot.
81. Full climb warning at 80. And then Causier, 81.
Well, just wanted to flick the red coming back, but just went past it. If it had been just a matter of getting the cannon, then of course he wouldn't have missed it.
3. 5. 7. 10. 14. 15.
Didn't mean to send the yellow quite so far.
16. 80.
And Chapman misses another close range pot. Been his undoing so often in this semi-final. In the other semi-final, Russell has cut his arrears against Hall to only 69 points with 45 minutes to go. It's 5 years since Russell won his 11th title. I know he desperately wants to get a 12th under his belt. I think he is recognised as the best player in the game still. But of course, some of the others aren't that far behind, and it's on the day that counts.
$80.
Dropped cannon onto the wrong side of the red, but it looks as if it's turned out perfectly. A baulk-line crossing shot, although it wasn't required at that stage. Lovely touch to get just in the exactly right position for the cannon. $1,100 in front, would you believe it? At least if you take a drubbing in snooker, we'll say it's best of 17. As soon as your opponent gets to 9-0,
71.
that's it, you shake hands, you don't have to suffer any more punishment. But Chapman's got to stay out there. I thought Causier probably would win this match, but not by a margin like this. And I'm really surprised that Chapman hasn't played better.
81. Full climb warning at
Well, just a little bit too thin the potting angle was to get the baulk line crossing there. Touch of impatience, really. Of course, in making the crossing, he had to get the cue ball to hit the baulk cushion. That had got to be the second cushion. Wouldn't have been any good if he hit the opposite side cushion.
Nine.
Worst possible place, almost tight on the side cushion. This in off sets up the drop cannon. Sending the yellow on a straight line up and down the table.
Roxton, Chapman.
And another close range pot goes awry. That must be about 7 or 8. Not the easiest that he's missed, I've got to say, because these championship pockets are pretty tight. Not as tight as they were in 1870 when they played on 3-inch pockets. The modern pocket is 3 5/8.
8. 10.
leaving a slightly different type of drop cannon. Same idea though, on the inside of the red. White behind the spot.
Causier, 35.
Wanted to play the cannon just to reach, and it didn't quite reach. Also, the left-hand side had gone just before it reached the second ball. You would have been in a cover anyway had it just reached. Dear, oh dear.
Chapman, 14.
Perhaps needed a touch of right-hand side and used too much.
Five. 7. 10. 13. 18. 20.
He's got the object wide perfectly, but how does he score now? Screwing off
23.
with left-hand side.
34.
Well, sad to say, for quite a while now, this match has had an academic air. Causier certain of appearing in tomorrow's final. Chapman having played considerably below his best, I would say considerably below his normal.
53. 55. 57.
Half an hour to go. The clock was started, I think, a couple of minutes late.
60. 65. 67.
The object white covers the red spot, which is why the red is on the pink spot.
75. 77. 80. Full climb warning. 83. 85. 88.
Yes, he can do it this time.
93. Full climb cross.
Somewhat fortunate to have an easy shot like that left on. Didn't quite get the in and out of baulk shot 100%.
98.
Causier's got such a good range of recovery shots though that seems not to matter
101.
if he goes out of position very often.
104. 106. 109. 112. 114. 117. 120. 123.
Well, one way of looking at this is that at the rate that Causier plays, there may be just enough time to become the front runner for the break prize, which at the moment stands to Mike Russell with 545. And it's £1 a point, the highest break prize. If Causier stayed in play, he scores at under 7 minutes a century, so he could do it, even though it's unlikely.
Long rest.
When the day started, the quarter-final lineup looked like England versus the rest of the world. But Roxton, Chapman, England beat Peter Gilchrist, Singapore. David Causier, England beat Siddharth Parekh of India. Robert Hall of England beat Devendra Joshua of India. And Mike Russell beat Alok Kumar of India. I can tell you that in the other semi-final, Mike Russell is trailing Robert Hall by 100 points with just over 20 minutes to play. Actually, Russell in the last 16 was behind with 20 minutes to go against Dhruv Sitwalla of India, but played out time with 297. To win by about 150. 284 has been Causier's highest break of the match. Screw in right hand side to check the cue ball there. Not so good. intended to leave the pot red, but he's still batting. Hit that long enough, rather thick, but he's got a short Jenny on.
225. 228. 231. 236. 238. 241. 243. 246. 248.
I think this is a serious attempt on the
51.
highest break prize. As I said earlier, it stands at 545 to Mike Russell. The break ended when
256.
he missed a short range red along the top cushion,
258.
playing with side to come round the top and side cushions for his next cannon.
261. 263. 265. 268. 270. 273. 276. 278. 281. Full-time warning at 280. 284. 3.
Got the balk line crossing in early.
286. Full-time cross. 289. 291. 293. 296. 298.
Oh, lovely kiss cannon. A ricochet.
301.
301. He's really motoring. Can he get another 240 in a quarter of an hour?
309.
And become the front runner for the break prize.
311. 312. 390. 324. 329. 332. 334. 330.
This is really top notch.
339. 342. 344. 347. 350. 352. 354. 357. 360. 362.
In the other semi-final, Mike Russell has just gone into the lead, not by many. So maybe he'll be able to continue his challenge for the 12th world title tomorrow.
364. 369. 372. 375.
Causier still playing pretty quickly, but he's dropped off the pace just a little bit. If he's to overtake Russell's 5.45 as the highest break, and he's in big trouble here.
380.
Well, I don't think he had much idea where everything was going, but he got the cannon.
382.
And that's crossed the balk line.
385. Ball line cross. 387.
I think if he's to beat Russell's 5.45, he needs to stay in top of the table position.
389.
Played the 5 shot there, got the cannon, but not the red. And he misses the red from distance. .389. Well, Causier almost 1,500 in front. So it really doesn't matter what happens in the remaining few minutes. And I think it's fair to say that at the Northern Snooker Centre here in Leeds, people are concentrating on the Mike Russell-Rob Hall semi-final, which is touch and go. This shot has to be played slightly thick and with check side to avoid the four shot, the so-called pair of trousers if the object ball goes into the pocket as well as the cue ball. Too far for the cannon via the top cushion.
Roxton, Chapman, 22.
Cue ball goes across the second object ball. Chapman just wants it to be over. Causier has plenty of cue power. Too much for that shot, actually. Doesn't miss many pots.
15. 18. Six. 59. 31.
Not quite as intended.
33. 55. 57.
I can tell you that in the other semi-final, Mike Russell has just made a break of 170 to lead by 55, but there's still time for Hall to win. 7 minutes to go.
43. 46. 49. 51. 53. 55.
After
58.
Mike Russell's 170 break in the other semi-final to lead by 55, Hall replied only with 2 points.
62.
So Russell 53 in front there.
65. 68.
But a colleague of mine can see in the far distance that Hall is now at the table
71.
with time to win.
74. 76.
There's certainly been nothing wrong with the quality of this match from
79.
Causier, but in terms of drama,
81. Short line warning.
we're all wishing that the other semi-final had been given the YouTube treatment. Still, can't be helped. If we could all see in the future, we'd have put the bookmakers out of business.
89. Short line cross. 89.
So Causier misses a thinnish skimmer. Not that it's going to make any difference. And so we're all very anxiously awaiting the result of the other semi-final.
Five. 7. 10. 4. 15.
In the far distance, Russell has come to the table. With the match still in the balance. I believe he's still a few in front, but I'm not sure.
23. 26.
A colleague has obligingly told me that Russell, who is at the table, is 60 in front with only 3 minutes to play, so it looks as if he is going to make it to the final.
31.
31.
66.
Russell's still at the table, I'm told. So it looks as if Hall, who reached the final 2 years ago, before losing to the Indian Pankaj Advani,
42.
looks as if he's not going to reach the final again this year. As a contest, this match has been very disappointing. Causier has played pretty well.
50.
284 and 389, his highest breaks. But Chapman has simply missed too many easy shots, pots particularly. And when he has got in, he has not scored as fluently as Causier has.
57.
I think that is the bell, albeit a muted one.
62.
It is time. David Causier has beaten Roxton Chapman by 2,183 points to 674, and he will contest the final tomorrow over 2.5 sessions against Mike Russell, who has survived a tight finish against Robert Hall in the other semi-final. There's still a few seconds to go there, but Russell has won. He can't be caught, and he's still at the table. So that is it from us for this evening. I hope you'll join us again tomorrow at 11 o'clock for the first semi-final, for the first session rather, of the final.